Hello. Memo just pooped, so I just had to take it out because it was very stinky. I'm gonna wash my hands and I'll be right with you. Hello, 31 people. I'm gonna pull up my chat and we can get started. I don't have a lot of things I want to cook today, but I do want to roast off the salmon bones for snacking on, and also I want to sort of reorganize my spice shelves a little bit. I did a little bit of cleaning on my countertop, although you can't really tell because it's full of stuff right now. But I've been trying to get myself in alignment. I've been feeling very unmotivated, and I feel like this is probably depression. And I thought I was depressed already, but I think this last week and a half have been like a slow sort of wading into thicker lakes of depression, and it feels a little sludgy. I don't know how, but I ended up like straining or pulling my back on Friday. So I've been having a lot of pain just like rolling down and rolling out of bed. And this morning I was very tempted to just stay in bed with Memo because Memo was like napping, and I was like, we could do this all day. And I was like, no, you should do something. Initially I was going to try to clean my apartment, like mop the floors this week, but I didn't want to strain my back any further, so I'm gonna just let myself rest and recover from that strain. And yeah, I just did what was manageable, which was kind of give all of my countertops a little reorg, a little wipe down. And I made some Instant Pot barley. I had Bob's Red Mill barley, and I wasn't using it, so I was like, alright, let's just cook some barley. Maybe we can make some barley milk pudding with it or whatever, but let's just cook it and start using it. So that's what I've been getting up to. Not a whole lot of energy today, both emotionally and psychologically and physically. So pretty low energy live today. But here we are, just another week. Welcome. I'm going to roast off the salmon bones. I'm going to sample some barley, figure out what to do with that. I'm also going to be making some leftover stew. We have some cabbage. We have some frozen peas that have been defrosted. We have some peeled carrots. We have this Cotinopsis lanceolata. I soaked some mushrooms, so we got some mushroom water and shrooms to use. We have a block of tofu. We have Memo, but he's not going into the stew. He's just chilling here. And I'm going to make myself maybe just like a little Instant Pot mush. What are you doing, baby? This floor is pretty dirty. You sure you want to be here? You sure you want to be here? So I tried to take a walk yesterday and I did a loop around Salvation Army and H Mart and went to Trader Joe's to get some more Trader Joe's freeze-dried chicken, but of course as soon as I came home with 3 bags of it, he stopped eating it or being as much into it. I don't know what's wrong with this cat. I think he was just sent to torture me, because every time I think I've discovered something that he would eat, I go buy more of it and then he stops eating it. So that's what we've been doing, but thankfully no real diarrhea for the last week and a half, and I'm grateful that it's just a little bit of grass-induced vom here and there for the most part. He seems stabilized, so I've been feeding him a way more expensive dietary budget than I have allowed myself. Honestly, I would feed him like a jar of beef baby food, which is like $1.70 or so. Then I would give him a little Friskies little soup tub, which is rounds out to be about like $1.20 each. Then I would give him 1 to 2 tubes of churu, which is a little over $1. Then I would give him some freeze-dried stuff plus dry food. So this guy is on like a $4 to $5 daily dietary budget, and like that's honestly more than I think my food budget is. Maybe we're on par. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, crazy. Crazy. Hey. Hey you. Hi. Little expensive nugget. Alright. I shall turn on the oven. Let's get this started. Since we'll have the oven on, I'm going to roast my Trader Joe's sunflower seeds. They don't taste very good raw, so I hate this packaging. I don't understand why they have the Ziploc in the middle of the bag. It's so not user friendly, honestly. I don't get it. I don't get it. I honestly think I could still do budget eats with $25 a week, even given the insane uptick in prices. But I can't do it with Memo. So that $25 budget is just pretty much for like a single household now. I think I could probably feed another person who's not very hungry on that same budget, but unfortunately Memo is very picky, and yeah, he's very expensive. You're very expensive, my darling. Very expensive. Here's the salmon bones. I mean, today, for example, I can show you what I bought today and yesterday. Just so you have an idea of like how I shop for myself. I've been getting more DMs lately. Not a drastic ton more, just like maybe one every 2 to 3 weeks. But still, like it's been 5 years since Budget Eats, you know? People are still messaging me for it. I think the economic downturn is going to be pretty drastic this time, and we're not really in pandemic mode anymore, so I think the government's not really going to pull through this time like it did with the stimulus checks in 2020, and I think people are going to have a really hard crash And I think people are already feeling it. People are probably panicking, and people want tips. But I would just say, you know, like most of the teachable things, I think it's really all already in Budget Eats. I don't think I could teach any more than I had revealed in Budget Eats. I think if anything, people might just want entertainment right now to distract them, which understandable. Yes, I get it. Look at him just in the corner. Anyway, here are my fish bones. It's gonna go into the oven. I'll set a 20-minute timer for that. I'm gonna plug you guys in because my Pixel 2 XL is chugging along, but the battery is very unreliable and it can just like zap out in 2 minutes without warning. So here it is. Then we're going to drink something and be hydrated, okay? I made this red raspberry leaf tea with some rose leaves in here. Hi, baby. You have food out there. I know you have food because I just put it out. So I hope you're not waiting for me to feed you because your food is there. Capiche? So stay hydrated. Cheers. I'm gonna take my vitamin C and also this. I know we're backwards. Here, let me flip you. This, maybe that's easier to read now. I have been taking this 3 to 4 times a day for the past week. And I don't know if it's placebo, but if it is, I'll freaking take it. But this, after just about 3 days of it, has enabled me to start climbing stairs again without like wincing pain. I still have some discomfort, but I would say it's gotten rid of 50 to 75% of the pain. So now going upstairs is manageable for me. I'm not endorsing it. I don't know what's going on with your body, but I will just say I read this up on like Reddit or a forum somewhere, and people were like, yeah, this works. And I was like, all right, if you say it works, I'm gonna try it. So I tried it, and so far it is working for me, so I'm gonna keep taking it because my knees were getting to that point where I had a really hard time even walking the dog because the dog sometimes pulls on the leash, and then like I kind of get dragged forward, and then I lose my center of balance, and then I just feel like this twinge in my knee or this sharp ache pain in my knee, and this has kind of like soothed it by a lot. So yeah, that's what's been on my supplement front this week. Yeah, I tried to offer him squash. I did. That squash was delicious, but he didn't. He sniffed it, but he didn't want to really do much with it besides sniff it and leave it. Yes, there is turmeric in here. This is the brand that I got that has turmeric. But I think glucosamine and chondroitin, I don't know how to say that word, and sometimes as MSM, I don't even know what that stands for, but the main components is glucosamine and chondroitin. Apparently these two are really potentially beneficial for joint health and relieves joint aches. So that was what I read, and then I did some Amazon research and just picked the one that seemed like people liked. I have this sticky gooey thing on my countertop, and I'm trying to find my rubbing alcohol, and I have no idea where I put it. Where'd you? Okay. Would you say it is good generally? No. Only if you have joint pain issues. I don't personally recommend taking supplements, and I'm only taking these because I truly have become, I feel way more disabled than I used to. Ever since I came down with mono last summer, this whole year, 15 months now basically, my health has just been on a steady decline. So unfortunately, I am resorting to supplements. Alright, while that is going, I am going to check out our barley. Yes, turmeric has this component called curcumin. Curcumin is more bioavailable, meaning your body absorbs it better if you pair it with piperine, which is found in black pepper. And that is why people say they tend to pair turmeric and black pepper together because it makes it easier for your body to absorb. Okay. Per package instructions, this was 1 cup of barley with 4 cups of water. Bob's Red Mill said you could drain off the excess liquid, but because I let it sit in there for like an hour, there's not much liquid. Which is great, which is fine, which is wonderful, because now I can just turn it into a milk pudding, because it's still grains, but very soft, hopefully. I just want to taste it and see what the flavor is on its own, and then we'll see. Maybe I'll keep some for savory, maybe I'll turn some into a milk pudding. I don't know yet. Mammo, what you want, baby? It's also like really gray and rainy today here, so I'm just not feeling this day. You know what I mean? It's not a really uppy day. Anyway, cheers to the barley. Barley has this kind of like medicinal flavor to it. Not a huge fan, but I remember my mom used to cook this in congee for me, so it must be good for me. Barley kind of tastes a little bit like mung bean water and like a plain flour gnocchi together. Barley rice, yep. May I disturb you, my prince? So I was thinking, I bought this lactate milk, this knockoff lactate milk, and I really wanted cereal. But I don't know if you noticed, but the cereal prices are outrageous. And I also feel like cereal's probably just not that healthy for you. So then I was like, all right, what grains do I have at home? And I can maybe make myself like a warm cereal. So this was the idea. Let me just see if it tastes good with milk. I think it would. It does. It tastes amazing. And then we can drizzle in a little bit of honey here. I'm like running so low on this honey. You can see. but worry not, I have a refill. I can refill this little squeeze bottle, but I just want to finish what's in here first. I have been spoiled by the Burlap and Barrel honey. I wish I were just giving you a commercial pitch because this honey is really expensive, but I'm not. Aaron got me some Black Forest honey from when he went to like Germany or Austria, I forget where. He got it from a holiday market and I was really looking forward to it, and I opened it up and like totally the honey was amazing, right? It was sweet, it was gooey, it's everything that you expect honey to be. But when I opened it and I tasted it, I was just like, it's very syrupy. Like, that was the only way I could describe it, is it's very syrupy. And for some reason, I wasn't excited at all. Like, my palate libido was not sexified by that honey at all. Because I think these honeys just have way more flavor. Like, when I put this in, it tastes like chocolate that grew out of the woods next to a log that is damp with recent rainforest next to a campfire. And there's just like a lot more story in the flavor there. Whereas if I have a honey and it's just syrupy, then I'm just like, oh, it's syrupy. I thought that was maybe a fluke. So I tried this honey that I bought last year that I've been waiting to open. It's pine honey from Greece. This was pretty expensive too. This is 10 ounces. I think I spent like 14 or 16 maybe on this. And it is kind of just mostly syrupy. So, I don't know. If you're in the market for expensive but like delightfully flavorful honey, I really recommend the smoked one especially. The woodland honey, there's amber, dark, and smoked. I like the smoked one the most. The smoked one just has so much layers to it. I wasn't expecting to like cooked barley and milk just like this. I thought I would cook it into a pudding, but I don't know. This is kind of doing it for me. So, which is good. I think I was ready to just give myself a protein shake and call it a day today because that's how shitty I'm feeling. Do you think he wants some barley? Ow. What do you want? Barley. What do you want, baby? I think he wants these dry Friskies treats. Let's go see if he wants those treats. Do you want some treats? No, he's not been eating very well. He's a spoiled boy. Are these the treats that you want? I have all the expensive food for you, but these are the ones you want? Do you want these? Do you want these? One more? You left a crumb there. Oh, baby. Well, good thing I didn't mop the floors yet. How many can you eat before you throw up? You gonna throw up? You gonna throw up if I give you more? You done? Are you done? Do you want more? Oh, there you go. Yeah, grab that crumb. Want more? No? Yes? I give him these, and he was doing well for about a week, but he's on like this weird cycle where he only eats stuff for a week and then he doesn't want to touch them ever again. So unfortunately, as you can see over there, I have 3 different kinds of dry foods laid out for him. That little soup is in the middle, plus a little dish of churro treat, chicken and beef with cheese flavor, which was his favorite, but he doesn't want to touch it today. You don't want to touch it today. Yeah? Picky little guy. You're picky little guy. Doing our best. Doing our best. I have been also feeling like shit lately. Oh my god, my head is so woozy from standing up just now. I don't know if you noticed, but I've been putting on blush these past 2 lives because I've been feeling so crappy and I look bloated and like my face just looks spongy. I don't know how to describe it. It doesn't even look like I gained weight. I mean, yes, it does look like I gained weight because I have more fat composition in my body now because I haven't been able to work out, but it looks like deflated almost. But anyway, this is a good thing because I haven't been using my makeup for the last 5 years. So these are very expired makeup that I should probably be using. In fact, the blush that you see on my face is the same tube of blush that I put on during Budget Eats. This tube has been around for 5 years. But yes, thank you for your compliments. And unfortunately, some days, you know this, you wake up and you just feel like shit and you look like shit and you don't like how you look and you don't like how you feel. And so I've just been I think in previous cycles of depression I've always been like hard on myself, like, oh man, you should do something so that you look better and you feel better, which then just adds more stress. So now I'm just like, all right, what do we have within reach that's accessible and low lift, doesn't take a lot of energy, that would make you feel a little bit better about yourself right now? And it turns out, just turns out it's makeup. Like, I don't even go out, like, even when I go outside, I have a face mask that hides all of my face. So most people can't even see my makeup. I've truly understood this year what it means to put on makeup for yourself. Before, I was like, oh, that's bullshit. Who puts on makeup for themselves? Me, that's me now. I put on makeup for myself. So the more you live, the more you evolve. Just makes me feel better looking in the mirror and I don't like immediately hate myself, you know? Your dog Clementine was fixated on Memo? Does Clementine like cats? Yeah, I still have all those lipsticks. The lipsticks are just like very vibrant, and I don't have any, I don't really know makeup, so I don't really know how to do makeup. I don't have any lip liners, so when I put on the makeup, they tend to like kind of smudge and bleed everywhere, which I don't normally put it on if I'm just going live and I'm gonna be snacking, because then I'll just be eating it and it's gonna smudge all over my face. But I do like to put those on. Those are so pigmented, by the way. I just do like 1 dab, 2 dab, smush, smush, and then I use my finger to spread it all around, and that's it. So those tubes, unless they go like totally rancid, are gonna probably last me for a decade because I have three of them. But this is how little I use makeup. Like, I don't remember my mom putting on makeup more than twice a year, and that was usually when she had like a company event, like a fundraiser sort of thing. So yeah, I didn't grow up with a mom who used makeup, so I've been probably using more makeup than my mom's used her whole life. Anyway, this barley is delicious. What I'm gonna do is transfer it out of the Instant Pot, and put some milk in a jar with it and just let it do its thing. Do its thing. Do its thing. Memo's just chilling with us today, I guess. How lovely. That was 20 minutes? Where did this black spot on my hand come from? So weird, y'all. So weird. Okay. Sunflower seed check. Don't like really know what body dysmorphia is anymore. Like, what is the line between recognizing that your body is changing and the line between hyperfixation on your body? I don't know anymore. I've been thinking about all these names that we give like mental disorders and illnesses, and how these names kind of just like reinforce that there must be something wrong with us, and here's the menu from which to choose what exactly is wrong with you. Like, what if all these things that are wrong with you are just part of the normal spectrum of aberrations? Which is to say, this is the normal of abnormality because there is no actual normal. It's weird, right? Because I think I spent a lot of my life, like 2 decades of my life, trying to understand, including going to therapists, saying, do I have depression? Do I have this? Do I have that? Am I this? Am I that? And then I just like spent all this time fixated on what's wrong with me. What even is the point of that? What even is the point of that? Oh my goodness, look at all that oil seeping out. Gonna do 10 more minutes, and we're going to, yeah, right? Self-help. What does that even mean, self-help? Like, who needs help? Who decides who needs help? Who decides there's something wrong enough with me that I need help? You know? And I think back to all these comments from random viewers who are just like, I'm worried about you. I'm worried for you. And I'm like, really? Are you? What are you worried about? What are you worried about? All right, let's just give this honey a taste. And I'm gonna drizzle some some of this expensive Greek honey in here. Oh yeah. Treat ourselves, Big Tad. And it's like nice. But there's just not as rich of a layering to the flavors here. Look at all that honey sinking down. What lusciousness. What lusciousness awaits. And I think what I'm gonna do is just like top this off with milk every time I eat it. Gas bubbles escaping to the top. This is very, very lazy honey barley milk. I can't even in my right mind call it pudding because it's not pudding. Memo, you look sad, like I'm getting in front of your window viewing time, but buddy, you literally were in bed up until I had to go live, you know? Or maybe you just want to see the people? Okay, well, there's this much barley in here. I think I'm just gonna leave it. Okay. And, sorry, Tippy. And we can start chopping our veggies in here. My spice grinder is not yet dried, so I'm gonna dry it. And put it away. Okay. We're gonna cut up a red onion. Oh my gosh, I feel that pain of not wanting to come out of a warm shower into a cold room. And I experienced that every day when I was in China teaching abroad. And also, hilariously, not hilariously, quite tragically, I experienced it at my mom's house. She just had like zero insulation, basically. All these windows were cracked. Oh my gosh, her house was in such a dismal mess. When I think about it, I get depressed. Good luck. It is hard. Beautiful onion. I think he just really wants to watch the window. sorry I can't open it for you right now. It's raining. All the dirty water is gonna come in. Instant Pot is great for lazy meals. As you can see, just doing a rough chop of everything and throwing it in there. Yeah, I read the study that cats can tell when their owner is talking to them because we use like a baby voice. And then apparently they don't really register it when you use a human voice to talk. Memo, hi baby. Yeah, he looked up immediately when I said that. But if I'm just talking, he doesn't seem to respond. Memo, hi baby. Yeah, he knows when I'm talking to him. I think he might also be here because he smells the salmon. I think he was doing this last time too when I was cooking the salmon. He would sniff expectantly every time the oven opened, so that could be part of it. I want to read some of your chats. Ooh, you got a catalog in the mail. Some people have been getting the Bread Up and Barrel catalog and they're very angry. We get some very angry emails. They're like, do not ever send me this again. And I'm like, oh boy, okay. But I'm glad you got it. I'm really glad that people are referring to it and reading it. My coworker Ren puts a lot of work in that catalog. She kind of like just is a one-woman catalog machine. Ren is also in charge of our website. So just so you know, we really have only one person dedicated to running the website, which is quite a feat. The rougher the chop on these, the better the results for me because some of the bigger pieces remain intact while some of the smaller pieces basically turn into like creamy mush and just disintegrate in there, which means I get like difference in the textures. I'm going to start layering some of the spices. This just launched. This is not the official packaging. This is in our mango amchur jar. But this is our toasted onion, but it's actually flakes. So it's like minced onion. So this will be a fart pot for sure. Double the onion. Okay. My oven is being very needy right now. Noticed after sampling different brands of sunflower seeds that Trader Joe's sunflower seeds are not great. They don't taste rich, if that makes sense. But I still bought them because they're cheap. So, you know, in that sense, I think you do get what you pay for. These are $3 per pound of sunflower seeds. I think other places have them for at least 4 or 5 a pound. These are way too hot to eat right now. But yeah, I can also just tell from the smell that it's not like toasty or buttery or like nutty, you know, which is weird because you would expect it to be nutty, but yeah. And it tastes kind of, in Chinese you would say chai, like lean. Like the way the overcooked turkey breast tastes, you know. It's like not rich. Which is weird. And it does make me want to toast the hell out of it. Just to make it taste like something. But, alright. Maybe just 5 more minutes. That is the longest time I've ever toasted sunflower seeds, my goodness. Alright, we're gonna throw the sunflower seeds in here. Use our big spoon. Did you know? I read this article, or was it a reel? So I guess I didn't fact check it. But apparently, scientifically, if you use a small spoon to eat a piece of dessert, the dessert tastes richer to you because your brain registers it as like more concentrated in flavor and therefore served in a smaller serving. And they might be right. Who knows if it's placebo though? Nobody. We're all unreliable narrators. I do think that I might be going through some form of perimenopause, which is also starting to make me kind of like give up the sense of control that I associated with body dysmorphia, if you want to call it that. I think also just over the last 2 years, all of my health issues compounding with like disastrous dating experiences, I'm just kind of like, what the fuck is the point? Like, I'm miserable, I'm tired, I thought I was gonna die, but I didn't. So now that I'm still alive and none of these things really matter, like, why am I driving myself crazy over all of this? But I'd be lying if there weren't a part of me that was still like, oh my gosh, look at all these beautiful women, like, you don't measure up. You know, because I think that is part of the programming, right? I grew up with decades of that programming, and it's still going. That programming is still very active, right? We're living through the age of record rates, I think, of plastic surgery. I don't have the data to back me up on that, but I'm just like, everybody's getting some form of plastic surgery. Ozempic, all of that kind of classified drugs are just a free-for-all. So I do feel like there is a sense of like, wow, well, if it's so easy to be beautiful, you could go 2 ways about it. You could be like, well, if it's so easy, I could do it too. Or you could go, well, if it's so easy, then is anybody really like beautiful? Or are they just buying something that makes them beautiful? I don't know. This period of our modern times, modernity, I was trying to say that word, but I can't say it right now, has made me think about like, what is actually beautiful? I don't know. I also think about the fact that people who get procedures done, and like whether or not it be organic like exercise or medically induced like plastic surgery or, you know, pills, I think about like how much work it is to maintain that, it's not just like a one and done and you're there forever, set for life. It's like you constantly have to work at it. You constantly have to go to the gym. Think about it. Work it into your diet. You have to restrict yourselves, and you know, maybe some people find more pleasure in that restriction cycle than others do, but still, it's like so much work, and I don't have that energy. I'm kudos to people who have that energy. I just don't have that energy. How do you get the catalog? I think we sent it to a segment of our customers. So it depends on if you have been a customer of ours, if we have your info from like a giveaway. Obviously, if we don't have your info, then you will not be getting the mailing catalog because we don't buy info. But we have a catalog coming out soon for the holidays. We also have one coming out in January. So hopefully if you are a pre-existing customer, you'll get one of those catalogs. Because we're kind of like still working out a budget, we don't want to like send every catalog to every customer. First of all, that might seem like junk mail. And second of all, it costs money to print and send to everyone. So we're trying to like divvy up the customer base. Okay, we'll let the bones sit in there a little bit. I'm trying to think if we want some of that salmon oil in here. We might put in name info for the company. I work at Burlap and Barrel. There's a link in my description box that will take you to the website page. That's my referral link, but unfortunately, no discounts for you. Just a like affiliate link for me. But yes, that is the spice company's name, Burlap and Barrel. I feel like, Andrea, you've been on here before. Many times. You should know. I said that in a way of like, not you should know, but more like, how do you not know? I thought you've been here. So, Burlap and Barrel. 1 L on the barrel. Burlap sacks and barrels, like wood barrels, were what they first used to trade spices in. They would basically ship them in burlap sacks or wooden barrels. So that's where the name comes from. You know what? I was gonna put this oil in there, but I don't wanna put this oil in there. Never mind. Mostly because salmon oil can be very, very overwhelming in dishes, and I just didn't feel like doing that today. Gonna give this a stir. Okay. Then I'm gonna start using up some of my spices. This is the green tikka masala. I've been really enjoying this the last 2 rounds, so let's just go in with it more. This jar I've had for over 2 years now. I first ordered this when I first joined the team, so I'm trying to do like a first in, first out on spices and just use up all of my old spices. I'm gonna add in a little bit extra of toasted coriander. I ground this up because I've been loving the taste of coriander. And then I'm also going to add in some fennel, which is really good for digestion. So definitely a little bit of food as medicine here. I'm gonna mix that up. Oh, you listen. Yeah, Burlap and Barrel is the company that I work for. Yeah. It's a lot of work to bake fish bones, and it seems so silly, but I've been craving the crunch of the bones for the last 4 days. I don't know how to describe it to you. it feels like when pregnant women have this yearning to like eat something, like I've just been hankering for it. Peas. This is a unreleased blend. I can't tell you what it is, but it is very good in beans and lentils. And it smells a little bit like curry with a sharper sort of almost like star anise edge, like a cooling edge to it. Hi, why are you running away? I've been really enjoying this beef and lamb in my vegetarian meals. This is very salted. The first ingredient's kosher salt, but it's also very wintry. So I've been using it as like the seasoning salt in all of my one pot meals, and it's worked beautifully and made all my leftovers taste like something I look forward to eating rather than just leftovers, if you know what I mean. This is our open bag of Codonopsis lanceolata, the last of it, so let's use it up. I'm gonna give it a rough little dice chop. It can taste a little medicinal, so I like it in small pieces where it can just be dispersed into the dish. I'm really trying my best to clear out my freezer. It's been kind of accumulating in there, and I lately have been going through this period of sort of struggling with letting go of all of mom's ingredients and things, but also wanting them out of my life, just like done with. I don't know if, you know, you guys who have gone through cycles of grief, like what your experiences of that is and how you deal with it. I feel like some people just like never open some things that their loved ones left behind. But I've been trying to like use it up. One thing I've been having trouble using up is this bar of rose soap. I can't remember if mom bought it for herself or if I gave it to her when I was interning for a studio photographer who shot ads for beauty products. And that's another thing too. It's just like I've been trying so hard to remember the origin of things that mom left behind. And sometimes I don't know the origins and it bothers the hell out of me. It's so dumb, but like very obsessive. I'm going to chop up these shrooms. And use the liquid. Be careful of sediments. Dried shrooms might have some grit and dirt. I'm pretty sure I've had these dried mushrooms ever since, well, mom was still alive. I think I bought them when I was recipe testing for something during the work from home era for Delish. So yeah. Working through pantry, working through freezer, just trying to cook through it all. It's not so much of like buying more of the soap, it's more of like, this is the soap that I found from her house, this is the soap that she had, like, you know, it's like this particular thing. It's not quite like, oh, I want more of this because she used this and I want to use it. It's more of like, I don't want to use it, but I don't want to have to hang on to it all this time. It's like this very like polar push-pull feeling of like, stay with me forever, but no, I don't want to have to hold on to the past always. Anyone? Does this sound familiar? So yeah, here's what launched today. Not the rosemary, I just ordered that because I'm out of rosemary. But these two are new, minced onion and granulated garlic. And I actually want to taste this garlic, because I want to see how crunchy it is. I was like, am I smelling the mushrooms in my hands? But no. The garlic kind of has like a toasted buttery mushrooms taste. Oh, very crunchy. Yum. In you go. Delightful. Just layering on some seasoning. And we're gonna cut the tofu. I'm gonna drain this over the sink. bit of black pepper on the tofu. This is pre-ground. A little bit of Kashmiri chili, which is running low. I've also had this for 2 years, so I'm trying to use it up. It's a little bit spice on the tofu. Okay. It's time. I'm going to use some of our mushroom water to rinse out this Kashmiri jar and get all the spicy goodness in here. Okay, we are at capacity for this Instant Pot. Well done, everyone. Last spice I'm going to add in here on top is some cumin. Hoping this kind of like rains down as it cooks all together. One final seasoning with our beef and lamb. Oh my gosh, that cumin with the salt, once it hits all together, smells so good. Something about salt bringing cumin out. I don't smell the cumin in like 5 dimensions until the salt is in there. I'm going to set it for 20 minutes because there's nothing in there that really requires immense cooking. Great. Guys, are we ready to snack? Are we ready to snack? Here is a totally defanged spinal cord. I sound completely mad scientist when I say that. Bones. All table manners go out the door. If you think it's a satisfying sound listening to me chew on it, just imagine what it would sound like in your own mouth as it vibrates off of all your brain, bones, and cavities. He's meowing at me. He's like, what do you mean you get a snack? Do I get a snack? Do you get a snack, baby? Do you get a snack, baby? Yeah, this would be like my OnlyFans premium content. It's just me chewing on salmon bones. How much do you think I can sell my OnlyFans subscription for a salmon bone crunch? One more or no? You done? You're slobbering on the floor, buddy. Well, he can't have fish bones. You can't have fish bones. I don't have money for that vet bill. I only have money to spend $5 of food on him every day, when I only eat like $3.50 of food every day. You insane little child. My fur child. Good? Can I clean up now? You've left crumbs and slobber everywhere. Yeah? You don't ever clean up after yourself, do you? Do you? No. Just like Grandma. You're just like Grandma. Okay, I'm gonna grab the chair, which will probably scare Memo, but I have to sit. I'm very tired. So, I'm sorry, Memo. Chair incoming in 3, 2, 1. Yep, this hurts my back too. Oh, God. Old and decrepit. Let's sit and chat and snack and crunch. I will clean all this up later. This week I read a book, and it was maybe one of my favorite books that I read this year, mostly because it's very like genre fluid, I would say, and I love my genre fluid books. This one was called Reverse Cowgirl. And yes, there is a lot of sex in it. But I feel like the sex serves a purpose. Like, it's very smutty, but it's not smut. Does that make sense? And I think that's what I really loved about it too, because I feel like my mind kind of works in that way also, where there's a lot of parallels being drawn from what seems like disconnected things, but they feel very connected to me. And so I feel like this book did a lot of connecting the dots between theory and gender, sex, psychology, or like more so not psychology, but more so like personal, emotional unearthing. But yes, if you're into a book that is smutty but not smut and talks about not like heavily, you know, in your face about it, but some class analysis as well, would recommend. Reverse Cowgirl. It is, I'm addressing some questions from earlier in the chat. Burlap and Barrel cannot say we are organic because a lot of our spices come from small scale farmers who do not have the funds to go through the certification process for organic spices. So no, our spices are not organic. Are a lot of them grown without the use of pesticides and all of that? Yes, a lot of them are. Most of them are. I think if you reach out to customer service, they can tell you which ones are and which ones aren't, but I think for the most part, you can pretty be rest assured that like these spices are pretty top quality. Everyone in the company uses them in their lives, so as far as I know, they taste great for the most part. There are some spices that don't taste so exciting. I think Ethan, one of the co-founders, even said the lemongrass isn't his favorite. It is just hard to capture the beauty, the exquisite florality and, you know, citrusy awakenness of lemongrass in a dried spice. So I think a lot of that unfortunately goes away when you turn it into a dry product. So I would not recommend the lemongrass, for example, as one of your starter spices. I don't even know if we still carry that, do we? But yeah, there's a lot of spices that are very, very good. The cumin and the cinnamon are our top sellers. And they are way more exciting than most versions I've had on the market for cumin and cinnamon for sure. The mystery blend that I just used will be released next Sunday. I don't buy the fish bones. I buy the salmon trimmings, essentially. When they fillet away the fillets on either side of the salmon, then I get like the kind of spinal flat section. So it has some meat, but it's mostly bone, spinal bone. But my favorite sections to eat are actually like these side pieces where there's a lot of fat and sort of like connective tissue, and the bones are less crunch heavy than the spinal middle. These are like adorned by cat fur, but also so snackable. They're just like airier because there's a lot more lighter tissue where the fat's drained out of. I don't know, guys. It's an acquired taste for sure, but I love it. Very satisfied. I have been also snacking on microwave popcorn, but I don't buy the bags of microwavable popcorn. I just buy popcorn. And then I put it in a heat-proof container with a little bit of oil on the bottom, the popcorn kernels, just a single flat layer, otherwise it's going to be too much for the bowl to handle. And then a shake of the black mineral salt. Where is it? Hi, why are you running away all the time? I'm not out to get you. My goodness, what a little scaredy cat. This black mineral salt has a little bit of like a sulfur taste. Some people say it's eggy, but it's actually perfect on popcorn because the consistency is like a powder. So it sticks to the kernels very well, and it coats it and gives it almost like a white cheddar cheesiness. So it makes my popcorn taste exactly like the Smart Pop cheddar bags, you know, the black bags. June, can you pray for me? What am I praying for you for? I don't know if I can pray for you because I don't really know who I'm praying to for you, but we can all send you wishes, and I'm sure some viewers believe in a God that they pray to, so maybe they can all pray for you. We can send you good wishes. All right, as you can see, we have rinsed my turnip greens, and I did not put it into the Instant Pot, so I should probably cook that. Well, these bones have calcium, probably some mercury, I don't know if I need that, and probably a lot of omega-3, because look at all the fish oil that's drained out. It's like a whole corner of fish oil right there. So, who knows what my body needs. These are the ones you have to be very careful of. I try to nibble them off first to dull them a little bit. I'm gonna think about what to cook with the radish greens. I'm honestly thinking more tofu because I don't think I got enough protein in this week. Here's some fish skin ASMR for you. Here's my favorite part. How would I describe the taste of these? Oh, more fish skin. More fish skin, wait. I would describe them as a super buttery kettle cooked potato chip. Think about a truffle flavored kettle cooked potato chip, but without the mushroomy truffle flavor, just like the unctuousness. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, it's very oily, it's very rich. But it's just like a very crunchy, buttery, toasty. I don't even know what to call this, guys. I truly don't. So it's not quite as savory as crispy chicken skin. I think chicken has like this unique umami to it. It's definitely a little more dangerous too, because it does have a lot of sharpness to it. Naturally sweet, if you want to say it's sweet. There's certainly no sugar. Carrie, I don't even know who you're competing with in today's chat. Who are the other ones who are placing these numbers? Oh, Islands Canada is number 3. Okay, I see. All right. Hi, babe. Can you eat some of your normal food, please? Can you eat some of your normal food? Whatever is cooking in the Instant Pot is cooking and I can smell it. Okay. Okay, that was really rich. Very, very rich. So I will be needing this vegetable soon. There you go. There's Memo. That for sure satisfied my salmon bone craving. I will say persimmons, I normally like to buy them when they're like way more ripe and almost rotten looking. That's when they're jammy. But I saw these 3 for $1 today and I figured I'd give them a try. People are eating them crunchy, raw. So I'm gonna see. I've had some bad experiences with them not being ripe enough before, which is why I tend to always eat them when they're totally creamy. Here is our sunflower seeds. There is such a drastic difference between the quality when it comes to nuts. I'm very surprised. This is actually something that I first noticed when I did the peanut butter taste test video. Because even though I bought a shit ton of peanut butters that were just peanuts and salt, the flavor ranges on those were wild. And I guess that's because they use different kinds of peanuts, either different breeds of peanuts or different qualities of peanuts grown in different places. I guess not just wine has terroir, which is, I guess, how would you translate terroir for those wine folks? It's the environment and the climate that produce is grown in that changes the way it tastes. So the soil quality, the temperature, the humidity, the altitude, the care that goes into the farming practices. And so I think that's why you have such different quality spices too, as you do with nuts and everything. There are some things that I just can't eat not from the farmer's market anymore, like these turnips. I never used to be a turnip girl, but now every week, like this week, I didn't want anything else from the farmer's market. I just wanted a bunch of these Japanese turnips, and they're just so sweet. They eat like a fruit to me. Delicious. Look at this guy. Absolutely amazing. Okay. I was putting sunflower seeds in. I remember the last batch of sunflower seeds that I bought, I was actually really regretful of the fact that I turned them into sunflower seed butter because I didn't like the taste of the butter as much as I like the seeds themselves. But I think these might turn into sunflower seed butter because, like, I don't really like them. If I turn them into sunflower seed butter, I could add honey to it. I think I'm at a different stage of my life now where I would rather just not buy the thing that's lower quality than buy it and know that I could have bought myself something better. So this might be the last time I buy Trader Joe's sunflower seeds. I remember buying a bag last time, but they were like the salted roasted kind, and I was like, oh, maybe they turned a little rancid, I don't know. But no, it just turns out that cheap stuff just doesn't taste as good, which makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, salt will taste better, of course. Why is he so scared? He just flinched when I moved the chair a little bit. Such a scaredy boy. This guy has been with me for, oh my god, ow, my back. I just leaned a little bit wrong. This guy has been with me since last June, so he's been with me for almost a year and a half now. He still flinches when I like turn too fast. So that bunch of turnips was $4. I had 7 baby turnips. Those are Japanese turnips. They're the sweet kind. I don't know about the big turnips that have the purple like root skins. I don't know how sweet they are, but that's why when I spend $4 on 7 turnips, I make sure I use every bit of the greens that come with them. There are some people who buy these, rather whether they're radishes or turnips or beets, they tell the farmer, they tell the vendor to like get rid of the greens, and every time I'm just like, oh my god, you're missing out on so much deliciousness. But hey, rich people do be missing out on a lot of things, you know? They don't think about, because they don't have to think about how to make the most of everything, and I think they end up missing a lot of things. Which is why you end up having these like renaissance of ingredients. Like oxtail is so expensive now, but they used to be a really cheap cut, right? It took that long for the Instant Pot to reach pressure, so the 20 minutes of cooking begins now. Really not doing great on energy today. Dang. I have like a headache now. Bye, whoever just logged off. Okay, I usually blanch radish greens. I wonder if today I sauteed them. I still have a little bit of mushroom liquid left over. That should get used. I could saute them in a little bit of chili crisp oil. Oh, I really don't feel good right now. Sorry. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Emma, what's happening? You and me both, buddy. We chillin'. Hi, babes. You feeling good? Yeah, same. I buy different things at different stores because they all have different sales. Meow? Meow what? I will take a break from cooking right now because I don't feel good. Let's see what Memo wants us to do. Where to? Lead us. You want to stay here? Should we lie down? Should we go lie down? Yeah, eat your churro. No, you don't want? Do you want the Slurpee? Slurpee. Try it, Mama. Slurp. Okay. Okay, come on. Let's lie down. Should we lie down? Okay. Okay. Hi. This feels good. This feels nice. Lying down is good. Wow, elevator butt up high. Per time. Hi. Oh, thank you. Oh, lovely. Wow, my organs feel good right now. Thank you for putting me to bed. Hello. Hi. Thank you. so funny. Every time I think I'm getting better, I get a dip. It's almost like Memo's pattern, right? You have 1 week-ish of really good eating, and then you have 1 week of not feeling good. Oh, bye. Is it time? That's it? Break time over? What a sweetie. There's 4 different kinds of dried food. There's 3 kinds of dried treats, plus some kibble. And then there's a churu in one bowl, and he's slurping at the little soup's cup right now. Oh, he hears birds. Hearing pigeons. His main nemesis is the pigeon. His secondary nemesis is the crinkling in the walls that we suspect are probably mice. Oh, wow, you can hear the pigeons? That's amazing. You hear that, Momo? They're cooing for you. Hunt us. Hunt us. They won't let him eat in peace. He's my main entertainment now. Even just seeing where he decides to throw up for the day is entertaining. Like today, he threw up one puddle by my computer desk, which was a very easy cleanup, but for his second little throw up puddle, it had to be smack dab in the middle, underneath my bed, which was usually just a little bit harder, but today, because of my strained back, oh boy, did he make me work for that one. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about Teddy. I wonder what kind of a wreck I would be when Memo passes away, but he seems to be a survivor. I was ready for him to go, and then I would have gone to China and delivered Grandma's ashes, but I don't know. It almost feels comforting to have both my mom and my grandma's ashes in the apartment with me. I don't know if that sounds twisted. I mean, it sounds twisted to me on some level, but On some level, it feels very settled in a way. I almost think that I would feel emptier without them. I'm sorry to hear about the brain tumor. That sounds rough. I actually think that heat helps my back. Like a hot shower really helped, so I think I'm gonna try to heat it today, if it's possible. What a funny guy. I'm glad you ate something, Memo. Okay, while I'm here on the bed, I'm gonna think about what flavorings I want in my greens and tofu. It's gonna be radish greens and some tofu. I'm thinking gochujang. I still have some gochujang left, I think. That would be lovely. Maybe with a little bit of ginger. Ginger gochujang. A little bit more of the minced onion, maybe. Ooh, maybe I chop up that whole other onion. I mean, it's gonna make me fart like no other, but I bet that would be delicious. Oh yeah, let's do that. Okay, so in the pot, we're going to, this is actually how I used to film Budget Eats, by the way. I would think of the recipe, and then I would record the narration starts, because once the cooking starts, there's going to be background sizzling noise. So in order for me to get a clean voiceover take, I would record what I was going to do before I actually did it. So I would brainstorm the recipe, then I would narrate the recipe, then I would start cooking. And then if I bumped up against any roadblocks or obstacles or wrongful methodology, then I would have to go back and be like, hey, I fucked up. Here's what we're actually gonna do. And then Zach would have to piece it all together like a genius Frankenstein project. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. In the pot, over medium heat, we're going to pour in some of the chili crisp oil. Then we're going to sizzle in some sliced purple onion, red onion, which is purple. I don't know why you guys call it red onion, it's purple. Some fresh ginger, and maybe some coriander since I love the coriander, and maybe some cumin since I love the cumin. And then we're going to stir in some gochujang, and make sure everything's coated evenly without burning. Then we're going to add in the radish greens. And we're going to stir the radish greens around to make sure any fond is lifted off the bottom of the pan. And then we're gonna go in with the tofu and potentially add some other seasonings at this point. And then we're gonna pour in the mushroom broth and just let it simmer and cook. All right, that's the game plan. Let's go. Ooh, okay. Hi, we're back. May we enter? He's always so scared. What a funny guy. Yes, we'll take breaks as we need. And then while all of that is cooking, we're going to do our dishes. Oh, here goes the instant. That was 20 minutes of cooking on the instant pot. I got 5 red onions for $1. Which episode of Budget Eats do you think we would be on right now? If in a parallel alternate universe I didn't get fired. Do you think it would still be a show? You subscribe for the Delish magazine? Oh man. I'm sorry, baby. I need to get in your way. you, sorry. Okay, we have this and this and this. Well, the editor on Budget Eats, Zach, I think was fired last year. And the video director, who I worked closely with to develop Budget Eats, Julia, just left. She quit. So there's really no one except my bosses left there. And apparently, according to my coworkers, Zach just got married in October. I think I mentioned that maybe when I went. And I got to see a couple of my former coworkers. And apparently the manager who got me fired is still talking about the negative effects that I had on people. So I left quite an impression on him. That he was still complaining about me 3 years after I got fired, guys. I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed at my own impact, honestly. A lot of places say you should have your mise en place before you start cooking, but onions are going to take a while to cook. I can chop these vegetables while they're cooking. That way I'm not just like standing around waiting for them to wilt. You guys really need smell-o-vision. The coriander and the cumin together. coriander was like such a favorite flavor combo of mine on Budget Eats. And I honestly think that was mainly because the Delish Test Kitchen had so many spices that were expired, like past the sell-by date, and they were going to throw them all out. And when we went home for work from home during the quarantine, I was like, please don't throw them out. They're spices. Like, they can be used. So I took home all of these spices, and I think that was what allowed me to like really play with flavors. So randomness. Life is all randomness. And then Budget Eats took off, and I started creating other shows like the Spice Show. I ordered smoked paprika and sweet paprika and hot paprika from Burlap and Barrel because Julia told me to order some nice spices for the Spice Show. So I did. And then Ethan of Burlap and Barrel saw that I had placed an order, saw that I had come from a person who worked at Hearst, wanted to play up the PR angle and reached out to me. Turns out we were like essentially neighbors. And then that's how I ended up inviting him to come on the Spice Show. And that's also how I ended up emailing him after I got fired and was like, hey, please don't email me at Hearst.com anymore. I won't be available because I'm no longer there. And that's how I started working at Burlap and Barrel. Life. Life. I remember the last Spice Show episode I had filmed was the nutmeg episode. And I remember interviewing Ethan and one of his partner supplier, Bobby, on that show. And I remember telling him, hey, it's going to go live on this date. Thank you so much. I'm off to Cairo. And he had sent me all these like recommendations for Cairo too. And then second day I was there, Mom died. Weird. Life is weird. What's in this? This was a chili oil that's been expired for quite some time that I'm finishing out with a little bit of mushroom stock from the rehydrated mushrooms that I'm rinsing out to use every last bit of flavor for. Yeah, I really like the Spice Show too, but didn't get a lot of viewership. I feel like if I end up making content for Burlap and Barrel, it would have to be something similar to the Spice Show, you know, like showing people that you don't have to be afraid of using spices in all these different ways, that you don't have to just follow recipes, that like savory spices can be used in sweet applications and vice versa and all of that, and talking a little bit about like the cultural differences and how spices are used and But again, the viewership is not high, so then you have to kind of weigh the cost and the benefit of the energy that you put into making these forms of content and the payoff. Oh, I should have chopped the tofu. This firm tofu is a different brand and it's softer than the last one. Words, what are they? This gochujang was $11 from the farmer's market, but also one of the best gochujangs I've ever tasted. So today I was like, I want to buy another one, but it's 11, and I could buy a cheaper one, but maybe I should just buy the more expensive one. Because this lasted me, what, 2 months? Probably at least 7 times of cooking, and each time I cook, that's 3 meals, so it factors out to less than $1 a serving. You know, since I already saved by not eating out, then so pretty. Doesn't look that way on your screen, but I'm assuring you that it is pretty with purples and reds and greens and whites. Well, I won't probably be producing any new cooking stuff soon, just given how dismal my health is. As you can see, my energy completely crashed. And it's so unpredictable, so it's like very stressful mentally to have to calculate in, well, what happens to the food if I can't continue shooting, because you know, once you start a food and you shut it off in the middle of, just all these like things that I now have to think about. And that's not even to say, like, when I was more able-bodied during COVID peak season in 2020, 2021, I still energy crashed because it was so intense to film those things on my own. So yeah, just a lot to factor in that I didn't used to have to take into consideration. But there's a lot of pre-existing content, you know, Budget Eat, Spice Show, those are just my shows. You have the rest of the internet too, like people have not slowed down producing food content for the most part. So every time I get a DM that's like, June, when are you coming back? I miss you, all of that, I'm just like, tell me what you want to see that isn't already available, you know, because I'm sure somebody's producing the content out there. And then if it's just a matter of entertainment, then unfortunately I'm personally not in like an energetic state that's wealthy enough to produce entertainment. And also psychologically I'm just like, to hell with entertainment, like haven't we been entertained enough, you know? That's just a bitter nihilism coming out, but I do feel that way. This kind of like, to what end do we need entertainment? To what end? Is this helpful versus is it just a waste of energy? And I guess I've only had to like think more about this because I've had less energy to expend on things. Oh, I also watched this movie Omni Loop. OMNI Loop. It's like almost this like comedy dramedy about time travel. And also, well, it includes this framework of time travel, but I think it's more to do with hesitations in life, second guessing yourself with your choices, and also grief. So it felt like one of those movies that doesn't feel so serious, but has enough substance and good acting in it to make you cry a little bit. So if you're into that kind of thing, I enjoyed it. Wouldn't say I loved it, but I enjoyed it. I don't watch The Bear. I tried. I don't like it. So I stopped watching it. I didn't even finish one season of it. I also wouldn't say I gave people at work a voice. I think I was just very vocal. I actually don't think, based on my feeling and experience, I don't think a lot of people wanted to speak up. I think a lot of people weren't happy, but I think we as a society we've gotten very good at dealing with not feeling happy, and so they normalized not feeling satisfied, and they were just like, well, it sucks, but that's a part of this job and I can deal with it. And I think I had a couple of coworkers who did not think I would get fired because of the success I had experienced with Budget Eats, but clearly capitalism doesn't give a shit. So I think most people recognize that capitalism doesn't give a shit, and they recognize their place in it, that is this kind of like semi-slave state. And they just resign to it, you know? That's how I feel. But yes, I do enjoy living rent-free in his mind for sure. Getting my money's worth for getting fired, hell yeah. But I'm very excited that Julia is onto better things, hopefully. I mean, it's hard to imagine a place that sucks more than Hearst, honestly. The work culture, the hierarchy, the backstabbiness of the duplicity of management is just really gross. And devastating to have gotten fired, but also so liberating to not sink more of my life there. And I've experienced so many different things since moving on from there too. Like, isn't that kind of just the kernel of life, is to experience difference? I would say for people who like to learn more about spices, really the best way to learn is just to cook with it. Like, you get to put it in the foods that you enjoy, and you get to develop that relationship with the spice yourself. I was talking to a coworker about this because they were like, let's make content that people wanted, and I was like, how do we make content in a way that encourages them to date their spice? Like, you know, when you date someone, you want to get to know them one-on-one in your own time, with your own activities, in your own way, right? You can't date someone satisfyingly by just reading about them or having someone else tell you. I mean, apparently that's what people do now. People ask ChatGPT what to say to their dates, which is like blowing my mind, guys. Like, what everybody's trying, we've gamified life so much that all everyone is trying to do is just win the game. They don't even play the game anymore, right? So when it comes to spices, and like, there's cooking to win it, which is cooking by the books, by the recipe, by food media standards, and making it beautiful and perfect and Instagrammable and like, wow, everybody. And then there's cooking where you fall in love with it, where it makes you want to turn to it in times of distress, and it calms you down and it nourishes you in more ways than one. And maybe it doesn't always taste amazing, mind-blowingly Michelin-starred quality, but you know, the whole process of cooking and like playing with spices and getting to experiment with them, that's the most joyous part for me. So it's not, I don't play the game to win it. I just play the game to play it. And I think because so many people in our society are trying to play the game just to win it, they don't actually care about playing just for the sake of playing. And I think that's really what's missing, is like, how do you make people hunger for play? And I don't know if you can make people hunger for play if they're committed to deading themselves that way, if they've prioritized winning over playing. And that's not to say you can't win when you play. You can absolutely win when you play. And in fact, if you prioritize play, you can win all the time because you can play all the time. And every time you play, if you prioritize play, you win, you know? So it's just, it's about wiring, what kind of cognitive wiring we tell ourselves, the stories we tell ourselves. It's hard to convince other people though. So, and I'm tired of catering to other people's games when they don't prioritize play. So that's not my audience. My audience is for the people who seek to play, who hunger for play, even when the world sucks. How do we derive some joy from the act of playing? Reading your comments. So sorry I missed this. What's happening to your health? I think I have long COVID. I think I have post-viral symptoms. I got mono last summer and it just compounded everything. I also had autoimmune disease as a kid, so like getting COVID on top of that, then getting mono after that. I think I've just been going through a lot, and plus add on grief and add on all these life changes and add on just our world sucking. I think all of that has been pretty damaging, and I just have a lot of joint pains. I have a lot of unpredictable energy dips. I don't have as much energy or physical stamina as I used to have. I haven't been able to really exercise because I burn out. There's this thing called post-exertional malaise, shortened to PEM, that affects a lot of people with long COVID or what's known as ME/CFS, myencephalitis, chronic fatigue syndrome. So if you know, it sucks, and if you don't, amazing, good fortune for you that you don't know any of this. But yeah, post-exertional malaise basically means that sometimes even when I feel energetic enough to do normal people things, I end up crashing the next day or the next week, depending on how much energy I expended. Because the core issue of long COVID, they think, because it's taking a while to research this, they think that the core issue is that COVID basically damages your entire body and your entire system, and it basically kind of disables your cells' ability to regenerate energy. Like the oxygenation process in your cells are off, so when your cells can't intake or process oxygen into energy, then you don't have battery, and then you end up like basically going into energy debt, and then you end up crashing. So I've just been going through a cycle of really bad health for the last year and a half. My grandma also passed earlier this year, so that kind of, yeah, just stuff, life. So that's the TLDR of everything. Yeah. How things smell, how things taste. I mean, that was back when I had an appetite for like dating. You know, I still had this romance with life. And now I think part of why I find it very, very hard, not just physically, energetically, but spiritually, energetically, I find it hard to produce content is we've just spent 2 years watching a genocide happen. Through our screens, and even that I think has like totally changed the way that I go through life and experience life, with the new understanding that at this stage of development even human lives don't mean that much, and maybe they never have. And I think just recognizing that has taken a lot out of me. It has demotivated me a lot to output into what is a already very abundant society, and also add on the fact that AI is just accelerating so quickly, and what is happening to everything that I'm outputting, that we're all outputting, where that's leading to. Like, I think I'm just in a paralysis state right now, where I'm just resting and also scared and skeptical and hesitating on what the next best step is, because when shit goes down, there's a period of time where you are either shell-shocked and unable to move, and or a period of time where you're just like, the smartest thing to do is to suss things out first. You have to observe what's happening first in order to know what the strategic next step is. And I think I'm a little bit of both, but I'm also trying to understand what is the move here. Like, because I don't think after seeing what we've seen in the last half decade, it's only been 5 years, but it feels like 15, we can continue operating in the same way. It's just not smart. I feel like it's a lot of denial keeping us glued to the same rhythms and the same goals and the same aspirations and the same ideas and the same fantasies if we don't take into consideration everything we've learned in the past 5 years. So that's where I'm at. You know, I feel the nostalgic yearning for things to be simple again, but I don't think we realize that this is the cost of advancement. And I think there needs to be a different way of living now that we know what the costs for living this way are. Just trying to be honest about what's best for me, you know. What's next level, chef? I have no idea what that is. You just watched the new Frankenstein. Mia Goth. What a vision. She looks beautiful. And the costume design in that movie looks amazing. But yeah, it doesn't seem like my kind of movie. But I could see if you're into like period pieces and amazing storybook atmosphere, that would be a great movie to watch. Anyone getting commercials in the middle of a live as it's going? You're getting commercials? Fuck this shit, man. I don't think they made a big mistake. You know, I think they made the right decision. What was right for them? What was right for their egos and their bottom line? I said no to the TV show they wanted me to do. I basically lost my revenue generation potential the moment I turned down that TV show. They had no more reason to keep me on anymore. They were only going to go so far on YouTube, right? Businesses, corporations look to expand. They will expand at all costs because that is the general drive. That's the death drive. That's the Eros drive of business and capitalism, is expand, expand, expand. So they almost had no choice but to fire me because I refused to generate more and more and more for them. The skin sheds itself when it's not useful, so I got shedded. And that's great. Entertainment is what keeps me sane. Yeah, same. I also, you know, read books and watch movies, and that's sort of an escapism from reality, and we all need those breaks. I think I'm just speaking more for myself in terms of like, there is so much entertainment out there. I don't personally need to make more. That's just me explaining my reason for not making content, and I think, yeah, we all need entertainment. Like, even animals without this level of civilization partake in entertainment. So it's natural, but we just have so much excess as humans. For a single person, could you suggest 5 spices I should consider having that I normally pass on at the supermarket? That you normally pass on at the supermarket? Well, I don't know what you pass on at the supermarket, so I'm assuming you have black pepper, you have garlic, onion, you have cinnamon. I'm assuming you have all of these. I really like coriander. It's if you buy a whole and you toast it, it's got floral, umami, savoriness. It's very snacky and crackery and sesame. Nuttiness. I don't know if you have cumin. I don't know if you have smoked paprika. It took me 2 years to like Burlap and Barrel smoked paprika because it's so strong. But now that I eat a mostly vegan diet, I love having that smoked paprika in my dishes because it makes it taste like I have smoked sausage in my food. So if you are just cooking with butter with a little bit of smoked paprika, it can make all your dishes taste very meaty, almost like extra cured bacony. What's another one that I would recommend? Honestly, I really have been using a lot of turmeric, but there's a lot of lead adulteration and like basically added poisons in mass market turmeric, so be careful. They do it so that it looks more yellow than it actually is. So yeah, and there's like a lot of drive for turmeric pills and extracts, so farmers are basically trying to squeeze out as much profit as this godforsaken system can give them, and that leads to unsavory practices, unfortunately. I also have been using a lot of purple dulse, which is not commonly found, but Burlap and Barrel carries it. It's basically a form of seaweed. It has a lot of nutrients. It looks very beautiful as a topping spice. I also shake it into my smoothies and I don't taste it at all. It tastes like clear water in a smoothie, just very clarifying, and it feels energy producing for me, which I need a lot of. But you don't really need a lot of individual spices to cook. You just have to find out what you like. And maybe you don't even need dry spices. Maybe you just want to buy a jar of good gochujang. And if you like that flavor profile of sweet, salty, spicy, gochujang could make all your meals taste amazing. Miso could make all your meals taste amazing. Miso is about $7 to $9 for like a pound of it. You could use it for a whole month, you know? Like, it sounds expensive when you bite for the whole pound, but like it lasts for so long, and instead of using normal salt, you can just use miso. It's also fermented, so it's like better for your gut health if you're into that kind of stuff. Play with it, you know, like once a month buy something new, buy a new flavorant, and just experiment with it. And maybe you'll hate it. Like, I still have a bottle of soy sauce that I bought on accident, and I hate it. I don't ever use it. It's very sad. It's like thick and molassesy. If you know how to use this kind of dark molassesy soy sauce, let me know. I don't cook a lot of meat. I would imagine this is good in like beef, pork, meaty, unctuous stews, but I don't cook a lot of it, so I find this tastes like too heavy. So even I buy things that don't work out. Yeah, people are on a tight budget. They are always worried about cooking something that they end up not liking. So then if you're afraid of experimentation, maybe now is not the time to experiment. Maybe just go with what you know. But I'm speaking to people who like are bored of eating the same thing over and over again and want something new. And maybe, honestly, as sad as it sounds, maybe you're hungry enough to like not be able to afford to throw away your less desirable experiments. God knows I've eaten a shit ton of stuff that I didn't want to eat because I just felt bad about throwing out the food. But those are also the instances where you learn. And then if you cook something that you don't like, there's, unless you over salted it, there's often a way to make it more palatable. Like, I always have Kewpie mayo on hand. I always have a bottle of ketchup on hand. I used to have like barbecue sauce on hand. Even the most disgusting mush that I made, if I just add like a tablespoon and a half of mayo plus a little bit of ketchup, which is just like sugary umami if you think about it, that often hikes it up from like a 5 out of 10 to sometimes a 7 out of 10. And then if you have spicy chili crisp, that can hike it up to an 8.5 out of 10. Like, oftentimes it's all about the condiment. Like, I sometimes go to a restaurant. Think about eating a taco sometimes. If you don't have some salsa on top, like, how much worse is it to not have that salsa? So, like, there's also ways to remedy the food. And that's also a part of the learning experience. But again, if you're not in the mindset or the budget or the capacity to experiment, then like don't, because that's just gonna add to your stress and sadness if you end up not liking your experiments and it brings you like additional anxiety or regret or bitterness. With the current state of SNAP benefits being halted, would you consider doing some Budget Eats videos? Well, I would like to ask you, what would new Budget Eats videos do? Is it new entertainment or is it new skills sharing? Because I guess I just feel like, having done that many episodes of Budget Eats already, like, what new skill can I be sharing? Or is it just like you want to see how I shop, to see how I spend $25 now? Which I can certainly do. I can show you how I spend $25 now. But as you see, I just make this and I make that, and because I'm living alone now, this is probably gonna be 70% of my calories for the next 4 days, is just eating leftovers of these 2 massive portions of mush, which I don't think makes great food content. What's really entertaining about Budget Eats, when I did make that show, was I could spin, 9 to 12 dishes out of those ingredients. Now I just don't have the energy to do that many dishes. I mean, I still can, but it's just a lot of energy that I don't have, sadly. Oh yeah, rosemary. I'm seeing a lot of your spice comments now. We also banned John. I don't know what John said, but bye, John. Rosemary is apparently really good for memory and mental health. So that's why I also ordered a new jar of rosemary. Rosemary is available at the farmer's market too, and I do like fresh rosemary more, but they always turn a little bit black before I get to use all of it. Yeah, I had COVID once at the end of 2022, like right after I got fired and moved into this apartment. I had it, and the energy was never really that good afterwards, but it was not this bad until I got mono last summer. So I think the post-viral infections, COVID is a virus, mono is a virus. I got 2 post-viral infections, working through my body, wreaking havoc on a body that was already immunocompromised. So I think it's just like triple whammy at this point. Plus, we're all going through our shit, mentally, psychologically, emotionally, so. Hey, Koreatown. What am I reading now? I just finished a book called Reverse Cowgirl. I think I spoke about it earlier today. So I just finished that, so I'm not reading anything technically currently right now, but I did just take out a book. that I can't remember the title of right now. But I'll let you guys know if I end up liking it. I was definitely a thorn. I'm not easy to manage. I'm not easy to manage if you're not transparent with me. Because I ultimately like to know what's on your mind in order to work with you. But if you don't actually tell me the truth about what's on your mind and what you want from me, then I can't work with you. And once I can't work with you, then I don't see a point in working for you. Because in order for me to be happy working for you, I have to be on some level working with you. And yeah, of course I used every last bit of that gochujang. That was $11. And even if it weren't, why should I let it go to waste? And also, I'm probably gonna reuse that jar, so I'm gonna have to clean it out anyway. Better to clean it out into the food that I'm eating than to clean it out into the sink and let it drain, right? Garlic and herbs is a perfect blend, and I believe it's back in stock. Is it garlic and herbs or herbs and garlic? That is a spice blend that we now carry at Burlap and Barrel. This second restock will have less salt in it. So if you're interested, we got complaints that it was too salty on the first go around, so we reduced the salt by a little bit. Smoked paprika love, yes. Lapsang Souchong tea leaves is strong. My pastry chef Diana used to use that in a dessert, and that was the first time I experienced it, and I was like, whoa, this smells and tastes like I'm in a bar where it's just like all cigarettes all the time. I have used turmeric root. I think I used it in a Delish video. It will stain everything. It will stain your fingers, it'll stain your cutting board, it'll stain your clothes, it'll stain your knives, it'll stain your countertop, but it does come out. So don't worry about it not coming out, but it will stain everything temporarily. It's very messy. Like the fresh one. Okay, I'm gonna start eating something because I think I need more food besides just salmon bones in my system. But I am enjoying reading your comments, so keep them coming, and I'm gonna open up this Instant Pot. Memo, are you ready to smell like farts all day? Cooked cabbage always smells like farts. Lots of farts. Oh yeah. Yum. Oh, gosh. I love cabbage so much. This is the best part about being single and living alone, guys, is that I can eat whatever I want. Unfortunately, the farts do get too much sometimes, but at least I don't have to bother someone else. Memo, I don't know what he smells, but it doesn't seem to bother him. We kind of just fart in each other's faces now, and like both of us are committed enough that it doesn't bother us. So yeah, we're officially married. You know, we can fart in each other's presence and have it be no problem. I remember once I asked coworkers, like, at what stage in your relationship would you be comfortable with farting in front of your partner? And there were one or two people who are like, I would never. And I'm just like, you would never fart in front of your partner? What are you gonna do for the rest of your life? You're just gonna hold it in forever? And that moment seriously made me question, like, if that were the case, would I even be in a relationship? I don't think I could. I don't think I could do that. I don't think I can live like that. But sometimes, like, if it's really cold in the room and you're in bed, do you really want to get out and fart in the bathroom? I guess if that's the agreement and both of us agree to do that out of courtesy and fairness, I would. But man, I would miss I would miss farting on my own. I teach how I find sales. Okay, guys, did you know that I did a feature with The Guardian? If you look up my name, Budget Eats The Guardian, I did an article with them where I share these tips. So this is what I mean, right? The content is actually already out there. People just want it served to them in a new way all the time. But the content is already out there. How I look for sales, honestly, time is money. I have a lot of time right now. So when I take a walk, I do a loop of a 4-market loop. They're all within like 5 blocks of each other. And I go to 2 fruit stands, 2 supermarkets, and I only buy what's on sale. That's it. I only buy what's on sale. And then when I have the energy to go to Trader Joe's or H Mart, again, I only buy what either really interests me that I can afford, or I only buy what's on sale. So when I go to H Mart, I've discovered that I will always buy tofu at H Mart because H Mart always has some form of tofu on sale. It's always 2 for $2.50, or maybe sometimes 2 for $3, and that is cheaper than any other place that I found. Granted, the price difference is like $1 or less on each of these units, but again, I'm already walking there for the sake of walking there. I know that it's going to be on sale, so then when I need tofu, I just go to H Mart. And if I know I don't want to go to H Mart every week and I just want to go every 3 weeks, then I buy 6 tofus to last me for 3 weeks. I know that the fruit stands will always have like red onion for $1 or $1.50. So I only buy red onions when either I see them on sale or I always only buy them at the fruit markets. I know certain markets have the dollar bags of bones or salmon bones, whatever. That's where I'll go for those. So now that I've had a mapping of what shops have what at the best prices, I know exactly what I'm gonna get usually when I go there. Sometimes, yeah, it's disappointment, right? I go, they don't have it in stock, or I go and it's not that price. Then I decide on the spot, do I want it enough to pay extra for it? Then I pay for it. And sometimes I'll buy stuff that's on sale that I've never cooked with before that looks intriguing enough for me to get home and cook. It could be a fresh thing or it could be a grain that can sit in my pantry for a while. So which is why I have all these things in my pantry that you never see me cook. Because I just keep stockpiling them because they're a good price, right? So I stockpile them for when I need them. If chickpeas and lentils go on sale for, Ramadan or any other kind of holidays, then I stockpile it. I don't stockpile a lot because that's how I ended up with a bag with bugs in it, but I stockpile some, right? Because they're a good price. So that's really, you can't find sales when you want them. You have to look out for sales and get them while they're here. So there's really no magic bullet to any of this. I don't actually have tips for you. It's just a matter of how much time you have to go to all these stops and how much luck you have. And again, I live in New York City, in Queens, where I can walk for 20 minutes and come across 8 different places to buy groceries from. If you live in the middle of Kansas, I don't know what your options are, If you live in Silicon Valley, even if you live like in Long Island City, which is an hour walk away from me, the prices are drastically different. I have a friend who lives there. It's expensive. The cheapest thing you can get there is probably from Trader Joe's, which price holds constant across almost all Trader Joe's. If you live in Manhattan, the fruit prices are going to be 3 to 4 times as much. So that's how I end up doing budget eats. And then people are like, well, I live in India and I can feed a whole family for a month on this budget. And I'm like, yeah, you can, I can't. And then I have someone who's like, what do you mean you can get onions for $1? It costs $4 where I'm from. And I'm like, then don't buy red onions, And if you're rich enough to live in a place where prices aren't like that, then you're probably rich enough to live there and afford the food there. Again, real estate is very big in terms of determining your cost of living. If you live in a place where the real estate is expensive, then chances are your prices for everything is going to be expensive. So, chickpeas and lentils, amazing. Potatoes, amazing. Carrots, so good. You know, all these hearty vegetables that can stay for a while and wait for you to cook them. Carrots can stay in my fridge for a month or more. They'll be fine. But if you're like, I have to eat eggs, I have to eat chicken, I have to eat bacon, then I don't know, man. Good luck. Unfortunately, I think we'll see that our standards will probably be lower if cost of living goes up enough. Like, humans are adaptable. We will adapt to what survival entails. Unfortunately, that seems to be for a worse quality of life. Valeria, the Greek seasoning that you picked up at Costco, is it called Cavender's? Because I love Cavender's. Oh my god, that was the first spice blend that I ever loved. I remember, Eliza, don't get too excited at the less salt in the blend. The blend is still 70% salt. I remember my first food job at Court Street Grocers. We used Cavender's on the vegetarian sandwich. Holy hell. So good. I love Cavender's. Oh, that's good to hear that LA food pantries are packed. You know, like, how about this true life story? You can reach me on Instagram. You can DM me a list or a photo of all the stuff that you get from your pantry. And if you're cool with it, I can write up like a menu based on what you get, and I can post it on my Instagram stories and or YouTube community page, and other folks can also get these ideas. Because I love thinking about how to cook ingredients. I just don't have the energy right now to produce video content and actually do it. So yeah, if you send me a photo, hey, if you send me a photo of what you have in the food pantry, and if I have any of those things on hand or I can get them easily and I feel like eating them, I'm happy to do a live using those ingredients too. But shooting content, planning recipes, editing the videos, it's a lot of work. I don't think I can handle it right now. But I would love to brainstorm with you. Oh my gosh. Loretta, just reading your post-viral experiences. That sucks, I'm sorry. Yep. A lot of people are dealing with invisible illness right now. The recent studies on kids with long COVID is really damning. And people don't really believe kids when they say they're tired, so like it's hard to really measure what the kids are going through. And people don't even believe adults when adults say they're going through shit. I mean, ME/CFS has been discarded as a valid disease by the medical community for decades now, and it's only because of long COVID increasing the cases across the board that people have been paying more attention to it. And that's how I learned about it. But we don't believe people if we don't have a reason or a benefit or a profit motive to believe them, and then we just label them as like mentally ill and throw them aside. Story of our lives. How are the egg prices? I have seen conventional eggs, large, a dozen for $3.50 when it's on sale these days. So it's gone down from the peak, but it's never gonna go down to like $1.50 as I remember them being. Yeah, and even if you're not vegan, like if you ever see meat go on sale, remember that you can use the meat in more than one way, right? Like if you can treat the meat 3 different ways. If you get drumsticks while they're on sale, you can roast them. You can save the fat that comes off of the tray, like I could have with the salmon bones today, and then you can roast vegetables on there, or you can drain it off into a jar and you can collect the schmaltz. You can also like, what is that method called? Not boil, but whatever. It's basically boil. You can boil the drumsticks, shred the meat, season it with chili oil and simple spices, and make a chicken salad out of it. Continue boiling the bones, and then make broth out of it. Save it. Amazing. Much better than store-bought stock. And then I've done this so many times on Budget Eats. You like refrigerate the stock, the fat floats to the top. Then you have chicken fat to use in all of your dishes, which adds this incredible layer of just like flavor that you won't get through any other fat. Like something about chicken fat is so delicious. So there's so many ways to use these ingredients that like just gets everything out of them, so that when you buy one ingredient, it doesn't have to be just buying one ingredient. You're buying one physical ingredient that can actually be 3 different ingredients sometimes. Yeah. Memo is sleeping on his loaf. I guess there's something warm about maybe being next to the fridge. Your bagels look flat. Pre-bake or after bake? Bagels are so much work to make, y'all. I applaud you for making. Okay, what is this about nicotine patches? I literally just saw a reel today talking about long COVID and nicotine patches. What is the connection there? High sodium diet. I mean, I don't really cut back on my sodium, but I do have pre-existing kidney conditions, so I try not to like overkill with sodium. Also, salt can give me immediate headache sometimes, so like that can be rough too. Boil the stock until it looks white. That's when you know you've extracted the flavor out of the bones. If the stock is still clear, you haven't gone enough. I boil the stock until the stock is white, it looks milky, and the bones are soft enough to chew on either end. As for seasoning, you can do a little salt and pepper. You can also do fresh ginger. To go the Chinese way, you can do ginger scallion. It's totally up to you, honestly. He definitely wants these bones. He only got up because I started eating the bones. Hi. Maybe smokers are less likely to get long COVID because they die sooner from other diseases. I don't know how these studies go, man. I'm not on TikTok. I'm not on TikTok. I know I would not have a brain anymore if I were on TikTok. Instagram is already bad enough. No holiday plans. Reading, watching a movie, sleeping, being cozy. I was thinking about this the other day. Hi, babes. I know, but you can't have these. I'm sorry. They're gonna hurt you. They have spices on them too. They're not healthy for you. Oh, baby. Okay, you wanna smell? You wanna smell? What do you want? What does he want? What does Memo want? I don't do any giving now. Oh God. And I think my tripod's about to die too. What? Meow what? Here. Eat the rest of your tuna bits. Eat the rest of your tuna bits. I was thinking about this the other day about how I basically had like a depressive mental breakdown when I was in junior year of high school, where I was like, oh, this studying for grades and getting into good schools and getting into a good job and getting into a better job, like it never ends. Like, what's the point? And then ever since then, especially because I went to a very academically intense college, I just basically kind of like gave up. I was like, I don't need to drive myself so hard. If I don't want anything, then I won't have to like suffer at not getting them. So my life now actually feels like retirement already. I work part-time. I basically don't do much of anything. I live with my cat, we're chill, and we just watch movies and read books all day and cook for ourselves, and that's it. So I feel like in a way, if I detach myself from this kind of societal standard of success, I'm living my best life, honestly. I'm just chillaxing, you know? Um, my life looks boring. It is kind of boring, but like boring can be really nice, right? So I'm living with extreme privilege right now, not having to worry about housing and food and all these concerns as the world is burning down and folks are really scrambling to try to make ends meet, you know? So I just we just do what we can with what we have. I don't have a lot of physical energy, so I just don't do a lot of things. And if I continue to live thriftily, then I don't have to worry too much about running out of funds. That is, unless our economy crashes, which can happen any day now. It really feels like this whole system can just come crashing down very quickly, very fast. Because there's nothing holding all of this speculation into place. The stock market is all speculation. It's not real. So all of this can go away immediately. Faster than we know. Money is not real. So my mom was very, very smart in saying that like money is not money until you spend it. For some reason, she kept giving me that advice the year before she passed away. I think back to it all the time now, how she said money is not money until you spend it. Oh, Mom. If only you could have taken your own advice, Mom. I think about the fact that like she didn't even tell her doctor that she was experiencing all these dizzy spells that were probably either mini strokes or mini heart attacks. Probably because medical care is not affordable. She worked a full-time job, but their health insurance was shit, and she was like basically on the lowest bronze tier that covered nothing. Honestly, she would have been better off just like earning even less and going on Medicaid, which was one of the things that her coworker was talking to me about a year and a half ago. I was like, at least you guys have insurance, right? Because I was insurance-less at the time. And they were like, yeah, but our insurance sucks. And they were like, and we make barely above the Medicaid maximum, which is something like $24K or less in New York State, New York City, which is insane. You can't. Anyway, none of this makes sense. So people are dying deaths because they can't afford to see the doctor. People are dying deaths because they can't afford to stay housed. All of this tax money is going to God knows where, doing God knows what, but certainly not helping anyone at this point. Doesn't feel like. Anyway, here we go. Stewed cabbage, deliciousness. I don't know allostatic load. Would you like to tell me more about allostatic load, or should I look it up? I'm happy to look it up. I just can't do it now, but I will. Allostatic load. Cumulative physiological wear and tear on the body caused by chronic stress. Hell yeah. I mean, aren't we all there? My eyeballs have a hard time like staying open now. They feel strained and like sour. They feel sour. I think that's a Chinese translation. It's like when your joint aches and stuff, you can say like it feels sour. 酸疼, sour pain. Well, too late for mom, but yeah. I think also a lot of these diseases don't feel like diseases. You know, hypertension is very silent. That's why they call like heart disease a silent killer, because you don't feel things going wrong, but then all of a sudden you just drop dead, which is kind of what happened to my mom. But she had a few warning signs. Like, I found one very damning journal entry a year before she passed away. I didn't know about it. My uncle didn't know about it. My dad certainly didn't know about it. Her doctor didn't even seem to know about it. So she told no one except that torn out page of a diary entry where she was like fainting and throwing up for the entire morning and passing out. So, you know, community is the other thing. Like, if you don't have people, like my mom was so stubbornly self-reliant. She didn't want to burden anyone else. But it's always a group project. She didn't want to burden me while she was alive, but by dying so unexpectedly and early, she burdened me. She burdened me with grandma's care. She burdened me with cleaning up all her accounts and her house. Like, I think about if only mom could have let me in while she was alive. Maybe we could have like solved some of this. Oh yeah. Yeah, I believe you, but they won't. Yeah, getting on disability right now. I mean, even if you do get on disability right now, I feel like the benefits are going away, right? I don't know what's happening to disability benefits in the midst of all these cuts. MECFS is a combined disorder, basically. It's myencephalitis, chronic fatigue syndrome. There's a Wikipedia page on it. It's basically been around apparently since the 80s. It followed a lot of folks who went through mono infections, actually. But now with long COVID coming into play, a lot of folks seem to check the boxes for MECFS, chronic fatigue syndrome. Basically, you cannot have normal people energy anymore. And you go through these wild energy dips where you just feel tired all the time and unable to do things. And when you push yourself to do things that normal people can do, that you can no longer do, you go through the cycle of post-exertional malaise where you basically experience severe energy crashes where you are just like laid out on the bed. Some people have such severe cases that they have to wear blindfolds and have blackout curtains because even just the light stimulation enervates them and sucks all of their ability away. they basically have to be like in isolation tanks of their own making. And Physics Girl basically had like a really severe form of this where she was kind of bedridden for a year. You wouldn't have enough energy to get up and shower every day. That's how severe it can get. So yeah, things are pretty wrong right now. And I guess it's a matter of seeing who can survive this period. I think a lot of things overlap: chronic fatigue, autistic burnout, depression, anxiety. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what you have in terms of the diagnosis, unless it's for like insurance, bureaucratic purposes. What matters is you find out things that can make you feel better and be functional. So it could be all of these things. And that's important up until a certain point. But the next level is figuring out what you do with this information that you're suffering and how you get the support that you need in order to function and have a life worth living. Yeah, I didn't even like walking yesterday because of how noisy it was. Feels like it's just like a headache to go walk underneath the subway tracks as a train rolls overhead, you know? And then all this car honking too. Exhausting. And I think if you're tired and you can afford to do nothing, like do nothing. I sometimes have days where I just wake up, I log online for 2 hours for some work stuff, and then I can sense that even though I should be getting more work done, like my head is just like either pained or strained or noisy or just like exhausted. It feels physically exhausted up here, and that's when I know I'm not going to be able to get any work done. I can stay in front of my computer for 8 more hours and still not be able to squeeze out 1 more hour of quality work. And so I've learned, this took me a year to learn, I've learned that I should just at that point shut off the computer, go to bed, either sleep, have a snack, listen to music, or read. Pet memo. Like any of those things are better than staying in front of the computer and exacerbating what's already my body telling me, yo, we can't do this right now. And again, that's because I can afford to do that. If you have a job where you have to be present for 8 hours, I'm pretty sure I would get fired within the month. Because I would just be pushing my body past exhaustion. And this is what I mean when I say, like, the more we take away safety networks for people to have a secondary path when they can't fit into this first mainstream one, the more we're going to exacerbate the class warfare. You're going to have more and more people not be able to afford the basic living amenities, and when you push people to the brink like that, they have no other choice. Yeah, I also feel better when I walk and then you get exhausted and you can't do anything else. It's really hard because you're like, when you have energy to walk, you're like, oh my god, I finally have energy to walk, I'm gonna walk, and then you walk too much. And then you start feeling it. And I think this is because yesterday I was out for 4 hours. I wasn't walking for all those 4 hours, but I was out for 4 hours. And I did it the week before, and so I thought I could do it again. But it turns out I can't. Which is probably why I feel all sorts of like heavy today. And why my energy is so slug today. And also the weather. I do think that whatever it is that my body's going through, it is more connected to the rhythms of nature now. It's very rainy today, overcast, gray. So that's kind of like shading in how I feel too, which is fine. It's kind of sad to feel like, oh, I'm more debilitated than I used to be from a human perspective, because we are taught to have this God complex about how we're always supposed to be in control of ourselves and becoming more improved versions. But I feel like the more I observe the natural rhythms, which is there's always seasons and cycles of life and death, it becomes easier to deal with the human grief of having to let go of the fantasy that I could always be better and improved. It makes me realize that I'm really part of the canvas that already has been in front of my face this whole time, that I've just neglected, because as a human being in this modern society, I've been told to neglect so much of my surroundings and myself, my body, that it is now sort of like a retraining, a regression. But regression is not bad. Regression is healing. So again, we have to tailor our narratives to what works for us. My story probably won't apply to you 100% for 100%, but you just have to find out what works for you, which is the same when it comes to budget eating and budget cooking and budget shopping. You have to figure out what works for you. I don't have all the answers for you. Nobody does, right? Our circumstances are all just slightly different. So it's kind of like the house key. You can have all the little teeth on the house key the same, except for the last 10%. There's a slight ridge difference. The difference of a millimeter can make the difference of whether or not that key can open that door. And that's sometimes how I think about what works for humans, person to person. Our keys can look almost identical, but it won't unlock two different doors. So I wish I knew how to use a lockpick. Swimming can be low impact and relaxing, but where am I going to swim? There are city pools. They're not really close to me, but I can go. But then I have to deal with other people, what's in that pool. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Okay, the cabbage is fine, but I'm not wowed. So this is when your experiment doesn't work and you're like, what else can I do? So first, I'm gonna make sure I'm mixing everything together, because we did season in layers, and maybe my first bowl wasn't seasoned appropriately because I didn't stir everything. So we're gonna try a second bowl that is more stirred. Also, I did not put any fat in here, I just realized, so that's probably causing this, which means as I eat, I could probably put on a little mayo. And I don't know, maybe ketchup? I mean, it would suck for you if you didn't like mayo or ketchup. But this is usually like my go-to hack, because mayo has fat and seasoning. So it's gonna always help if you add a little more fat and seasoning. I should drink more water too. Yeah, I don't mind dealing with people or meeting them, obviously, but yeah, pool. I don't even take a bath. I don't like the feeling of being immersed in water. It's a fear of mine, but also like being in a pool also triggers my germophobia to some extent too. There is something wrong. I know you know this. I wish you could get a diagnosis. Yeah, I've been seeing doctors for a year trying to get a diagnosis. My diagnosis for myself is I have some sort of post-viral condition that is triggering a lot of these symptoms. It's probably accelerating aging, which is what long COVID does. The research is not going to be ready for at least another 5 years. It takes over a decade to really come to a conclusion about any of this. They took so long to find the mechanisms of AIDS and HIV that they are drawing parallels between HIV/AIDS and long COVID. So it's going to take a while to understand. In the meantime, we can only do symptom management. A diagnosis is not going to help when the medical industry doesn't even know what's going on. It doesn't matter because we don't have solutions right now. But we can treat the symptoms. We just make do with what we have, right? Like, we are the ones who lived through the plague. COVID was a plague, basically. We have a plague every now and then. It wipes out some of the population. We were the lucky ones, if you want to say that, to have lived through it. And just because we lived through it doesn't mean that we're gonna, like, escape unscathed. You know, some of us are gonna have it harder than others living with these side effects and long-term conditions. So... Oh yeah, I would love to join a gym. I would love to join a gym where it's not overpacked. But unfortunately, all the gyms in my area are pretty budget gyms, and they're always overpacked, and I just don't feel like being around that many people anymore. Both for COVID reasons and for just my peace of mind. But I feel like if I were to gain access to an elliptical, that would help me with my joint issues a lot. I would love to be able to have an elliptical for 20 to 30 minutes every day. Mayo helps, for sure. Something else is missing though. What did I do differently in this batch? Oh, I didn't put a canned fish in this batch. In the last batch, I put a tomato sauce canned fish. The tomato sauce canned fish had fat, had salt, had sugar. Helped smooth everything out. That's what I did. I do have Facebook, mostly for work. I don't want to deal with Facebook Marketplace ever again. I did it once after my mom passed away, and that was like a live stream that I'll never forget. I also don't have a car. Makes pickups really difficult, you know. I also don't know what kind of noise happens. Like thinking about my downstairs neighbor, if me having an elliptical transfers into noise for them. Ooh, mayo to butter beans, yum. Eliza pulling up with the episode name immediately. Well, it's not too late to put it in. This is what I put in last time. Herring fillets and tomato sauce from Lidl. This was, I think, about $1.70. So I'll plop it in. It really does make a difference. There's a lot of umami in here. So this would be another cooking hack, I guess. Get flavorfully sauced canned fish. Use it as condiment in your cooking. Especially the ones packed in oil. If you're on a budget, get the ones packed in oil because you'll probably want some fat. There are no bones in this one, nope. And I'll just add a little tomato ketchup in there to help it along. And I also think my last batch had chickpeas in it, which kind of melted into a creaminess, but I used frozen peas in this one, which doesn't melt as readily as chickpeas. Doesn't turn creamy like chickpeas do. So, okay, lesson learned. Chickpeas are better for the stewy type. And definitely have some sort of non-vegan element in there to help the flavor along. I mean, yeah, it's all to personal taste. I recommended the oil because that's where all the flavor and fat is. So if you're on a budget and you're trying to use the canned fish to be like a condiment as well as a protein source, then getting the oil would be technically a sweeter deal than getting it in water, because water is free and oil is not. But if you don't want the fishy taste, then maybe skip the fish altogether. It also depends on the fish, I think. Different kinds of fishes have different degrees of fishiness. There is an app as well. I subscribed to it for like a $10 off coupon once, but then deleted it straight after. I don't want to get like sucked into its schemes, you know. No, I've not heard of sitting ellipticals. That's a thing. Fascinating. What's everyone's favorite thing to eat for Thanksgiving? Oh yeah, I don't like oysters. Smoked oysters sound interesting though. Maybe with like some saltine crackers? I don't know. I'm lost. Maybe on top of a salad, a grain salad? I'm not sure. Hi, Netherlands. Pernil. You have the extra flavor Thanksgiving in mind. I like the cranberry sauce from the can too. On its own though, or with mashed potatoes? Making mac and cheese from scratch always makes me feel guilty. It's one of those foods that unless you hit like a certain fat bracket, it doesn't taste right. So making mac and cheese always freaks me out because there's so much fat in there. Oh my god, that's hilarious. You making saliva turkey for Thanksgiving. That's so funny. That's amazing. I also never get my vegetables from Lidl. I find that their produce isn't that good and the prices aren't cheaper than my usual markets. So I think it depends on your surrounding environment and what's available. Potatoes are the best, yes. Salsa mac and cheese, interesting. I like stuffing. Okay, so my favorite is usually 25% stuffing, 40% mashed potatoes, 20% cranberry sauce, and then whatever is left out of that percentage gravy. I can skip the turkey, to be honest. Yeah, Germany probably has way better Lidl. I don't have any plans for Thanksgiving besides writing a shit ton of newsletters. If you are subscribed to our newsletter, get ready for daily newslettering once we hit Black Friday. I actually don't have a I actually don't have a potato preference unless we're doing roasted potatoes, in which case I want the mini baby potatoes halved. Those are the best roast potatoes. We were going to organize the spices, but we are no longer doing that. Clearly did not have energy. So yeah, my weekly routine now is to make a big pot of mush that can probably last 3 to 4 days. It has to have veggies and some sort of protein in it, and easy to heat up in the microwave. So mush, usually of some variant. Sometimes I can cook up a lot of beans and then use the beans to do different things every day, or just snack on them. Last week was amazing. I made a huge batch of hummus and I lived for 3 days off of that hummus with just like the pita bread that I bought. That was so good. Oh, I want to show you guys the cheeses that I bought from Lidl. Or rather, Trader Joe's, not Lidl. I actually haven't tried cheeses from Lidl. I haven't had great experiences with Aldi's cheeses. So I don't think I've bought cheese from Lidl since the Lidl video that I did. But I got 2 cheeses from Trader Joe's. I got the goat Gouda, which is one of my favorites. I took it out of its packaging, so you can't really even see it, but it comes in like a light blue illustrated packaging. And it's triangular wedge. And then there's this new one, English cheddar cheese with champagne. This one has been really interesting. It's got like almost like a Swiss cheese note to it, but a little bit sweeter than Swiss. It doesn't really read as like cheddar to me. A little bit buttery. Oh yeah, it tastes more cheddary to me now. But the champagne is very nice. It adds like a little sweet tail. Trader Joe's. I thought it was festive and seasonal. I love the goat Gouda melted into bread for like a grilled cheese or like a quesadilla, like a fast quesadilla. I did not like the champagne cheese melted or warmed. I like it cold. Technically champagne is a wine, but I know what you mean. I've had red wine cheeses where it's just like a little too, I think it depends on the type of cheese that comes with the type of wine, but I think they towed the line on this pretty well. This is cheddar cheese with champagne, contains sulfites, and then it has Marc de Champagne brandy. So 2 types of alcohol, and this is from the UK. This was made in the UK. So this block was about $5. This is $12 a pound, which I thought was pretty decently priced. So yeah, I quite like that. peeled some apples, and now I can just munch on an apple. Which is something that Chinese people do after a meal. They like to eat some apples or oranges. Grandma actually used to tell me I should always finish off a meal with fruit. So here's to you, Grandma. The cheese was from Trader Joe's. I misspoke. Oh man, we did a lot today. More than I ever thought we would do. It is almost 6 p.m. So I'm gonna take another one of these pills. Yeah. You're supposed to have 4 servings of it every day. What are apple pears? Girl, you're from Paris? So fancy. So fancy that it choked me. Yogurt, interesting. I guess that's a healthier dessert than ice cream. Oh, plot twist. You're from Brooklyn, lived in Paris, now are in LA. Is LA better than Brooklyn? I feel like there's 2 pipelines for folks who have lived in New York City. There's one to LA and there's one to Florida. It goes both ways. I feel like LA people come to New York, Florida people also come to New York. But then New York people also go to LA, and then oftentimes they come back. I don't know what this like triangle is, but there's something going on with Florida, New York, and LA. Well, as you may have noticed, we're done with cooking for the most part. I'm just gonna pack all of my food up while I snack on apples and talk. One other thing that's also possible is that like the tofu soaked up all the flavor and the rest of the mush might have been deflavored because of how much flavor the tofu soaks up. The tofu is a whore for flavor. You have to cook tofu with a lot of flavor because it's a sponge. So that also makes me wonder like, oh, maybe I should have seasoned it extra because of how the tofu hogs all the flavor. So like the carrots, I got 3 pounds for $1. I know, super cheap. I don't know what's going on with those carrots, but I bought them 3 pounds for $1. The cabbage was about a third of a $3.25 head of cabbage. So those carrots were like probably, I don't know, 50 cents. The cabbage, $1. The frozen peas were probably about $2. The canned fish, about $1.70. So what are we at now? Like 5? The tofu was $1.25, so $6.25. What else? What else went in here? The mushrooms, I don't even know what they cost anymore. Maybe 7. So this is probably gonna last me 4 days, at least. You do the math on the price per meal on that. Minimal prep. Oh yeah, there was 1 red onion in here, that was 20 cents. Oh, and spices, I guess. Add in $1 for spices if you want, because they were fancy spices. I mean, there's protein from fish and tofu and peas. There's carbs. There's fiber. Not every meal will be a masterpiece is all, but you will get fed. For sure, what would have made this great was like if I had a potato, a couple of potatoes in here. I actually still have some instant mashed potatoes. I could cook that for Thanksgiving. Maybe we'll do a little Thanksgiving stream for all the lonely folks. I have 2 pig's feet that I bought before my cholesterol experiment started. I think they can fit in here, but maybe they can't. We'll actually have to figure out what to do with the pig's feet if they can't fit in the Instant Pot, because I'm scared of hacking away at them. I don't know if I have that control. And also I don't want my neighbors to feel like I'm chopping up body parts up here with all the noise I'll be making. So I might have to see if they fit in Mom's stock pot. What is jokball? What is jokball? I just have to find a pot that can fit them. They're basically like the length of my forearms. So Korean dish, braised pig's trotters. Oh, perfect. Okay. Well, it sounds like I'm gonna have to get myself some very fancy gochujang again. I was thinking about making it like Chinese flavored, so 5-spice, soy based, using the soy paste that Mom left behind. So we'll see. Now that I know I won't immediately die of high cholesterol, I can eat it again. I wouldn't roast them because I want the pig skin to be tender and creamy. I don't really want the like chicharron crispy vibe. And yes, we did get a result for the cholesterol experiment. I went down to 177. So all that took was 3 months of eating pretty much vegan, with a little bit of mayo every once in a while. And it wasn't strict vegan, it was pescatarian because I had canned fish for the protein and the omega-3s. I took some fish oil, I drank psyllium husk basically all day, every day. Not all day, every day. I drank like 1 to 2 tablespoons every day. And I reduced my nut intake a little bit, because nuts are pretty high in saturated fat as well as being otherwise healthy for you, but I was probably just overdosing on it. So I figured out that my diet has an influence on the cholesterol level, which means I don't want to go on statins, and I shouldn't have to go on statins, which is wild that my doctor immediately jumped to, let's put you on statins, you're already skinny, it's not because of your diet. And I'm just like, how do you know? How do you know? He didn't know, obviously. Yeah, the cholesterol experiment was basically a very strict 3 months of high fat restriction, just to see if my cholesterol was related to my diet, which it turns out it was. It's not meant to be sustained, which is why now I've added cheese back in. I'm going to start eating meat here and there, but I'm just not going to overdo it. It's just good to know that it wasn't like wildly out of my control. I'm sure me not exercising for over a year now has not helped cholesterol going up, but because I can't really exercise right now, diet is something I can control. So it was good to know that my diet did affect it greatly. So it had shot up to 230, which means I dropped like 40 plus points in 3 months just from cutting out whole fat yogurt, cheese, a shit ton of nuts, and like once in a while organ meats. I cut those out. So I would be stress eating cheap cheese. I would be binging on nuts, basically, which I still do from time to time. And I think a huge part of that was like I would eat organ meat once a month. Organ meat is very high in cholesterol. That might have jacked it up a little bit. I don't know. Otherwise, stress too. Stress probably didn't help. Oh, I was gonna add just a pinch of Mom's MSG in here. It's been like months since I've used it, and I feel like it just needed a little something. I don't think I had enough gochujang, honestly. That was like a tablespoon. So I wanted a little extra. A little extra. Okay, let me taste this. Yeah, it could be related to my hormonal cycle. Again, I don't know. Sure, we can test for it again. But I don't think it would drop so much. Because my baseline before the 230 was 207, and the baseline before the 207 was 190. So 177 is lower than the lowest I've tested in the past year. which makes me inclined to think that the diet definitely had some factor of causation. A lot of people's blood pressure go up after COVID. My cholesterol definitely went up after COVID, but how much of that is directly related to COVID and how much is because of the lifestyle factors that long COVID induced, can't know. My ideal charcuterie board. I don't like meat, so I just want a cheese board. So soft goat cheese, some kind of like ooey gooey brie or blue cheese, preferably blue. I like blue more than I like brie. I like the texture of brie. I don't love the taste of brie, which is rather bland and buttery and like meh. Really exquisite dried fruit would be amazing. Any dried fruit, honestly, like I like a medley to pair with different cheeses and taste how they combine flavors. So some dried cherries, a little bit of nice jammy apricot, like figs, dried figs for sure. Maybe a little honey on that board. I want those like whole grain crackers that aren't snappy. I want the whole grain crackers that taste like saltines in texture. You know the kind I'm talking about? They're like slightly oily when you touch them. Sometimes they have sesame seeds in them. They're usually cut in like this weird shape that's neither a hexagon nor a rectangle. You know what I'm talking about. Those. I would love some roasted nuts like Marcona almonds, candied walnuts, plain salted cashews, but like the really good big piece ones. But yeah, I don't need a cheese board, man. I'm just like a little rat girl here, eating her trash meals. I'm happy with all of this. I used to have low blood pressure. I used to be in like the 50-60 range, low number, and then the high number would be like 78 to like 90. I would almost never surpass like 96. Post-COVID though, it's more like 110 high number and like a 76 low number. So again, it was like a very sudden jump, and I do think it's COVID related. Still within a normal range, but it definitely went up from my baseline. Who is Kristen Hirsch? I don't know. Well, I would love to join the Rat Girl Club. Do you know what song just popped into my head? Britney Spears. My loneliness is killing me. That line. My goodness. How does she know? How did she was like 16. Also, pressure cooking the tofu changed the texture. It like condensed them. It like sucked all the buoyancy out of them. It kind of turned them into the more aged tofu. That was fascinating to see. That doesn't usually happen when I cook them on the stovetop. All right, thanks for joining me. Here are 1, 2, 3, 4 jars of food. Oh, 5 if we count the barley. As a bonus, if you would like, I'm popping some popcorn in the microwave now. You're welcome to stay and watch me do that. I use a plate. It's kind of browned from absorbing all the splatters, and there are still some kernels unpopped from last time. But I basically put like a teaspoon to 2 teaspoons of oil. And I've been having a hard time using this black seed oil, which I bought when I first started struggling with long COVID, because everybody was like, oh, this is really good for you. And then I was like, oh my God, this tastes like shit. But it kind of smells like tea tree oil, but nuttier. I've been using it on my face as a face oil. So like that's how much I use. But on its own, if you taste it as an oil, it tastes very like astringent, slick. Here comes the boy. What? You know what? You want me to get out of here? Get out of here, he says. Get out of here. My space, he says. Then I cover basically that much. Not a whole lot, but it will fill up this whole bowl. And I put a dash of this black mineral salt, which is like powdery. You can see it's like such a fine powder. And then I set it for 3.5 minutes, no longer than that. 4 minutes starts burning it. With a lid on. And it usually starts popping about 2 minutes in. While this pops, I'm going to try to clean up the floor so that our golden boy can have like a cleaner floor to do his whatever on. His cat watch. So, alright, baby. Yeah, let me clean the floor. Let me clean the floor. Let me clean the floor. Do you want to watch the microwave or watch me clean? I guess you want to watch the microwave. It's not popping as well as I thought it would be. Let's add another. Let's see how well. Clean the floor for you, babes. It's a cleaner floor now. You're welcome. Okay, no burns, but pop yield is way less than yesterday's. But I did burn yesterday's, so. Oh yeah, there are still some corns, as you can see, unpopped. But anyway, much better deal. You get 2 pounds of popcorn from Trader Joe's for $3 or so. And as you can see, I use like 2 tablespoons, if that, on each serving. So, way better than your microwavable bags. Okay, that's it. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Have a great week ahead, and it sounds like he's finally given up on begging for better food. And he's settling on some pre-existing food. So, you know, sometimes I just have to like starve him of his desires for him to settle, which is I guess what we're all doing now is we have to settle. And we'll still survive. Oh my gosh. He's moving on to the next dish? He's eating both dishes? Wow. Okay, y'all. Stay healthy. Have a decent week indeed.